Hello, 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 hello. So today, or Safari week hunting, indeed. As usual, I have checked everything and stuff like that. So, pretty easy to be getting going to the right areas and everything. Which is nice. Mhm. But yeah, indeed. Once again, having Young Man Carnivine as the daily Pokemons. Yanma, of course, in Brilliant Diamond because Shining Pearl doesn't have the national decks yet. So that one has Carnivine then. It's definitely very nice that they have that as an option there. But yep, gonna be getting soon. Placing in the spots then. Pretty simple ones today, as usually do be, to be fair. Usually isn't anything too crazy with places. Let's set up Shining Pearl first, because there I need to be going to area 3. I'll double check. Yeah. Oh, getting an encounter, I see. Well, Carnival at least is there. I'll be getting an encounter in there as well today. I'm trying to be getting into my spot. I'll like be getting an encounter before I reach the spot in. Oh, so still where I can be reaching the spot. To be fair, it's not that far away, but still. Interesting. Run away. Oh, come on. I can't be reaching the spots today that I want to be in. We got at least one game is in the spot. Another carnival. Nice. And now be reaching the spot. There we go. Switch the hands. We have now set up the spots indeed. It's nice. Yeah, the only difference between Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, apart from of course the daily Pokemon, is that Shining Pearl will be having Psyduck and Brilliant Diamond will not be having Psyduck. You know, there is no water, so makes sense I suppose. Even though I will say that it doesn't seem to be too much of a requirement that there is water for Psyduck in other games, but anyways. I guess usually there is water nearby. So like it's super duper necessary. So most likely we'll be seeing quite a good amount of Azuriels and Bidoofs, at least in one of the games. So you know, that's nice. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. Just chilling. So far at least. You out of the ordinary. Waiting still. Do I be throwing accidentally a Pokeball? The first hour. We'll see, we'll see. Let's see then. Would be quite nice to be finding something today for sure. Be quite nice indeed. Hello. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Oh, I hope you get your Bulbasaur soon. Where are you hunting it? I'm not doing too bad myself. Pretty okay day today. Thanks for asking. Oh. I'm assuming then you have at least some sort of a catch combo, so makes it more likely to be appearing. Well, Bulbasaur is a rare spawn, so there is that. But yeah, happens, unfortunately. That's a pretty high catch combo. Yeah. Oh no, did it run away before you could run away from it? Catch combos can be brutal at times. That's for sure. Been done too much let's go hunting myself. I know they can be annoying. Odds are high, but getting there can be very difficult. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. I remember it was a long time ago that I was doing it on my own, that I did get a shiny Bulbasaur. It was relatively quick, considering everything. So that was nice. Nice change then. I mean, I was only having like catch combo of 11, so they will be appearing more often. Didn't have anything else besides that. So for that, it didn't take too long. I mean, there is pretty much guaranteed thing that there's gonna be one of the like special spawns on the screen at given time. it's always going to be one like that. So if you catch or run away from one, another one will be spawning immediately. It is kind of interesting though still to be seeing people hunting in Let's Go though. I mean, like, why would people be stopping hunting there? But it's interesting. We're still hunting there a bunch. Yeah, I hope you get one relatively quickly from the now on then. The catching mechanics, they can be a pain at times. I don't know, I don't mind Scarlet and Violet, but they're definitely not my favorite Pokemon games. They're okay. I will still say that they are definitely better now than they were at the beginning. I haven't myself be ever playing Gen 2 games. But I would like to say that probably my favorite Pokemon games are Sword and Shield. Been playing them definitely the most. Across all the save files. I see animal, nice. One decided to be showing up. The current one has been showing up quite a bit. The starter specifically. Same chance in different games, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely be playing the Gen 2 games at some point. It's just I'm not getting around to be doing it. So many other things to be doing. I think probably one of the only problems that I will be having with the Gen 2 games is that they might be a little too slow for my liking. But that's about it, really. But then again, it is an old game, so fair, then, you know, I don't mind it, but I think it's gonna be like some sort of problem for me that they're a little too slow. I would absolutely love if every region would be getting a Let's Go game at some point. I will say though that, to be fair, it is Gen 2, so there isn't that many options for certain things, and the movesets for Pokemons are a little bit questionable, to say the least. They did definitely make interesting decisions on the first two generation, having both a ghost and a dragon specialist with no ghost or dragon types, really. So strange. Never forget Chodo though for locking Pokemons until Kanto though. It's such an unfortunate thing. And like, why did they make a decision like that? It's a little bit questionable, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is quite interesting how would the professor actually be reacting. The amount of Pokemon that you're sometimes transferring to them. I mean, that was the reason why, like, 1 year in Pokemon Go, there was an April Fool's Day, there was a PG event, because so many people have been releasing PGs. Was quite a nice one. Then again, there is dudes that are using eggs to be hatching starters, so I don't think that is too good for the environment either. Making the rare Pokemon not so rare anymore. You're actually encountering the same Pokemon after a certain amount of releases. Wondering why no shiny is appearing. Because it's the same Pokemon. Yeah, I know, your box is getting full. I will say though that one bad thing about Let's Go, Pikachu and Eevee is definitely I absolutely hate the box system in that game. I hate that it's just like one big list. Like, I understand it's supposed to be like Pokemon Go, but you know, in a main series game. But it just doesn't work, really. In Pokemon Go, it's fine, because there's only like the rows of trees in most, at least, phones. Another thing that I don't really mind it, but I find it kind of stupid in Let's Go is that how easy it is to be making your Pokemons way too OP. Like giving them candies. And it's kind of strange that how Let's Go works anyways. Like, I get it that not having abilities, but why do they have Mega Stones though? Because they were originally held items. There's no held items. And in my opinion, let's go Pikachu and Eevee and PDSP are one of the worst games with the broken friendship mechanic. I don't understand why. Also, I kind of hate that in Let's Go, you have to be capturing Pokemons in order to be gaining levels. Because trainer battles give you, like, no EXP. I don't mind overall Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, but they definitely have their own flaws. Yes, I would absolutely like Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee more if I could just be defeating the wild Pokemon instead. The only wild Pokemons that you can defeat kind of are one of the time story ones. Like legendary Snorlax. And then you still need to capture them. Yep. I will say though that overall I don't mind if we would be indeed be getting Let's Go games for every single region. Because I feel like that would be quite cool. Would be finding that quite cool indeed. Making, you know, for every single region a simple way of playing the game. Nice. It's not what you're looking for, but it's just shiny at least. Congrats. Caterpie is quite a nice shiny. Are you going specifically in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee for a shiny living dex? Yeah, I thought so. Apparently I got a Whooper. Cool. Yeah, that's a pain. Got a cool Whooper. Accidentally. But yeah. Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are definitely one of the worst games to be facing on. Especially if you're trying to be getting the rare Pokemons of the places. Because from what I have heard, usually people, if they get like their 5th chance, they're just gonna be not caring about it at that point. That's just gonna be like letting it go. Which is fair enough, because sometimes it's annoying to be getting certain Pokemon's catch combo high. Maria, good luck with the shiny living dex then. Not the easiest thing to do. Not the easiest thing to do, definitely, but Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are relatively easy games. Have you done any of the legendaries yet, or are you planning on doing them later? Technically, the only legendary that you would need to be doing resetting wise is Mewtwo, because still birds, you can be finding them on the wild. So Mewtwo is technically the only soft reset legendary that you need to be doing. Thankfully, fossils aren't too bad in Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee. So you could be getting a very good amount of them and do like one per, like a lot of checks per one reset. One of the only full odds ones that you have to be doing in. And Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee is indeed the fossils. Even if you would like to be getting a charm, it doesn't get affected. The fossil resets don't get affected by the charm. It is the case with every game, to be fair. As far as I'm aware of. It is. But it has always been the case, so why would they be changing it? Unfortunately. The only way that fossils will be affected by the charm is if they can be found in the overworld. Like, you don't need to be doing the reviving process, but in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee it's impossible, unfortunately. But yeah, you can indeed be doing a catch combo for the legendary birds if you want to. Annoying process for sure, but a possibility nonetheless. I don't know if the resetting legendaries are affected by the charm or not. I just know that the fossils aren't. They do be, but technically you don't have to do a soft reset for them if you don't want to. That's unfortunately low amount. But funnily enough, depending on like, do you have a lure active, do you have the charm situation, those could be full odds shinies that you've been getting if you have the catch combo for Bulbasaur. Yeah, but that's still like, you're not getting the catch combo there, so you're getting lucky, but in the wrong way. I mean, definitely it's taking forever to be getting the but it is what it is. Shiny hunting do be like that. Sometimes you can be going for days without getting anything. Yeah. To be fair, for example, right now I'm playing both of the Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl with only one joystick per game. Because good thing in Switch is that you can be doing button layout changes, so you would need only be having one. I mean, Carnivine has been the daily Pokemon for all but yesterday. I'm looking for whatever is the daily Pokemon. Yesterday was Garubi, because there was no Carnivine. How are you doing, Nanjiro? Hope you're having a good day. And even if I would be able to capture Carnivine, I would just be moving on to something else. Even though it has been a daily Pokemon for quite a good amount of times, considering like last year and this year, I haven't even seen one to be shiny. Still, the only one of the daily Pokemons that I've been seeing as a shiny is the Skarubi that fled last year. And I have gotten other... I've gotten other 10%. So... there do that be. Am I gonna be capturing another Wooper? Apparently, yes, I'm capturing another Wooper. It's another female as well. Nice. Safari zones worked as basically any other random encounter hunt. You just have a higher than normal chance to not be able to catch them. But they are basically random encounters. It's just that they have a chance to be fleeing that normal Pokemons don't. Usually. There's some exceptions, of course, but in Safari Zone you can't be doing anything to them. Like, if you have, like, for example, an Abra that can be teleporting away, you can be preventing that. But in Safari Zone, you can't be doing anything. They flee if they flee. And I'm pretty sure there is like unique ways that it's calculated, like what is the like catch chance specifically in Safari Zone. Different Pokemons have the different base flee rate, aka how fast they're gonna be fleeing if you do something. In some Safari Zones, you can be changing how often like they would be fleeing, getting easier captures. In Great Marsh, there isn't anything really, from what I have heard. I don't know about Heart Gold, Soul Silver. My strategy for a Safari Zone is I'm gonna be throwing Pokeballs. My strategy in the Safari Zones. I'm just gonna be throwing a bunch of Pokeballs and hoping for the best. For some Pokemon, there is the thing that you should be throwing bait or rock/mud, depending on the Safari Zone. But there is guides for that if you want to do them. There is few Safari Zones that are guaranteed captures, like Friend Safari for example. But mainly Safari Week is meant for the Safari Zones that they have a chance to be fleeing. Is the usual way indeed. I mean, like, of course, like, nothing is stopping you from hunting there, because why would there be? You don't need to be doing Safari Week either, of course. It's just the usually when there's Safari Week, bunch of people are hunting in there, so it's when I'm going there as well. Because there really isn't too many, like, targets that I would really like to be getting from Safari Zones. Yeah, it soon has been an hour of hunting already, so soon-ish there's gonna be ads. As usual, they last about 3 minutes or so, so for that time I'll be stopping the hunting. hunting myself and taking a break as well. Because breaks are good. But yeah, it's hard to be saying how exactly do Safari Zone work because they all work so differently. But there definitely exists guides if you want to be doing them yourself. And most of them are like, whatever. For example, what I'm doing in Soul Silver is just running around and throwing Pokeballs. It's good enough for me. Because losing a shiny is part of the game. Yeah, it's understandable. It is the thing that if you want to be getting the shiniest full odds in that game, in quite a good amount of the games, Safari Zone is only like the only option for some Pokemon. For example, it's the only option to be getting a Carnivine or Yanma in PDSP. For example, there is people that indeed want to be completing a Gen 3 living index, so they need to be looking for low encounter rate, high fleet chance Pokemons, hard to capture as well. Chansey, Tauros, and Kangaskhan indeed. Yeah, fair enough. The good thing is, at least with every Safari Zone that has a chance to be fleeing, it's always stuck to full odds, no matter what. It's either one in 4K or one in 8K. This PDSP Shiny Charm doesn't work, but apart from eggs. Gonna do one more encounter, then we're gonna be having a break indeed. There we go. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great rest of the day yourself as well. Appreciate you stopping by and chatting as well. Be continuing soon. Let's continue then. One thing I'm kind of interested in is to be seeing how fast I could be getting every single Ultra Wormhole shiny. I know that people have been doing it on like a decent amount. It shouldn't be taking too long with or without charm. I mean, it is an absolute pain for sure, but apart from that, it isn't that bad. Definitely very low odds, but you gotta be stuck to the minigame every single time though, so that adds up time quite fast. And considering the fact that you don't really have a control over what you get as well. Or maybe that's something that I could be doing at some point. Maybe. I do vaguely remember a time that it was like a thing that people were doing a lot. And the people did like did go for every single shiny in the ultra wormholes. Which is definitely understandable because, like, even though it does require the minigame every single time, it's not like it's requiring that much attention. There's only one problem though, really, and it's that if you move like... If you move there before you have captured every single legendary, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be very hard indeed. Because then you'll find the legendaries, because I'm pretty sure in that game, if you have already found all the legendaries, you can't be finding them again. The only ones that you can be finding again are Ultra Beasts. But thankfully they are like in their own special wormholes, so that's nice. Because if you go like a certain distance away and you don't have the legendaries captured, then you're indeed in quite a bit of trouble. I will say though, one thing that I probably will never understand in the Ultra Wormholes though is that I'm pretty sure that the first one is like you have to be making, you know, with gyro movements or whatever, which is annoying. So I don't understand that. I'm pretty sure the first one is like necessary, because after that you can definitely be changing it back, or like say switching it so you can be doing it with the control stick instead, which is so much nicer. I mean, I still get it, like they wanted to be adding like the cool gyro features. But it's just, I don't remember have I really used it. Because last time that I did go through the Ultra Wormholes, I was just, you know, standing still, because I was pretty sure that if you stand still you can still be getting to the correct place. Did work then. I don't remember how I used them. And I feel like it would be kind of annoying in the sense that usually the gyro features, what I remember in the 3DS, they're usually in relatively like large spaces that you have like a chance to be moving. But the ultra space, like the right portion of it, it is quite like there is a bunch of obstacles that you need to be avoiding. So don't know how easy it would be. Open capturing today. Oh, that's quite interesting. You can be getting surskid in certain situations in hard gold or silver. Ooh. It's interesting. Interesting. I wouldn't definitely be saying no. Surskid is one of those Pokemons that I feel like in almost every game it's pain to be getting. Even in Scarlet and Violet, because it's hard to be seeing. If it's, you know... Trying to... I mean, I guess it could be worse. It could be definitely better as well. There's few interesting fishing ones in, at least in PDSP. I haven't really looked at Hard Gold Soul Silver. I know that in Hard Gold Soul Silver there is interesting surfing options. Let's check it out. Am I correct about Surskid being like ridiculously uncommon in every game? So I feel like it is. So I know that it's very rare on the Gentry games. It's only available in Emerald if you do like mixing things. Interesting. If you're mixing the records with either Ruby or Sapphire. Interesting. It's available in there. It's available in Platinum True Surfing. Oh, it's that place. And then it is one of the most common things, okay. Interesting. It's available in Hard Gold Soul Silver Safari Zone Plains with 28 water side points. Forest with... Forest with 24 water side posts. Tall grass in wetland with 6 plain points. Interesting. I mean, I guess in PDSB after obtaining the national dex, it's not that bad. But hey, that's pretty cool. Susk is not as rare as I remember it being. That's nice. Yeah, because I know that there's a Carvana that you can be fishing in PDSB. I'm just not too sure of, is there any like interesting surfing ones? Because, you know, you'll be able to find them in the grass as well. So I just realized it doesn't make any sense that I will be throwing the bait at the Magnemite so low, but it's eating it. Anyways. Let me double check Raid Marsh. That area. The area that I'm in. Or specifically area 3, I want to be double checking. It's the Sync raid in there. And with Super Rod you can be getting Gyarados, Carvana and Whiscash. And if I remember correctly, Whiscash is one of the weird Pokemons that it can never flee. I could be wrong though. I remember that it was in one of the Great Marsh it was the case. In one of them it was the case indeed. Strange one, you know. Beep. Oh, come on. Well, I guess the Starly. I still find it very weird how it does. How does BDSB Pokeball kind of do like the flip thing when you throw it? At least it very well looks like it. Like it does a weird flip. It's interesting though. Very interesting. I will say though that still I don't fully understand why if you fail to use a Pokeball you can't be ever using it again. Don't really understand that. Like, why can't you be collecting a certain amount of Pokeballs that you have been throwing but a Pokemon has escaped from and then like bring it somewhere and you will be getting a certain amount of Pokeballs for the amount that you return. Why not, you know? I would quite like that myself. Or are like does the Pokeballs like break so much that they're in their dust afterwards if a Pokemon escapes from them and that's why you can't be like even like try to reuse them. Because sometimes I feel like there should be a ridiculously big pile underneath the Pokemon if you have thrown like a million Pokeball at it. I feel like there should be. Because the few times that we have been actually seeing a Pokeball be breaking, or like the Pokemon is breaking from the Pokeball, it's a situation that, you know, it does like go into two different halves. Or like something like that. In games, that is, because pretty sure that was what happened with Sword and Shield and Eternatus. And then again with Master Ball and Terabagos. I don't know why not. Shh. What is the case that breaks them? I will still stand by one thing though. The Azurill did used to be looking absolutely huge in the sprite form. To be fair, you know, in the sprite form, like most of the Pokemons, you can be really telling like what their actual size is. But I don't know why was Azurill always like shown like, I guess because it was kind of like hovering over its tail in most of them. It seemed a lot bigger than it actually is. Comparing it, you know, in Scarlet and Violet, you don't even see one and you run into one. It's so small in there. Like Shirley isn't like nowadays also like bouncing on its tail, yes. It's kind of doing the same thing, but there's like a weird like zoom in. But then again, it is. I guess the nicest like you know, the sprites are, I understand that, you know, they need to be a little bit out of proportion because otherwise it's not gonna be looking good at all, unfortunately. But still I would be wishing that the and they could sometimes be as like you could be seeing the size better in there. Also, probably one of the weirdest, but also kind of the coolest things that I think that should be a thing in every Pokemon game is that what is in PDSP, and of course the original ones for that, is the scale in the Pokédex. So I feel like that would be quite nice, especially I've talked about it before that I would absolutely love if we could be switching what units we use in the Pokédex, because the units that are in the English one aren't ones that I use. But if there would be a scale, then you know, that would be showing you Like it could be easier to be in like knowing like what is actually like the weight or height. But I'll probably forever be complaining though that I think that in every Pokemon game you should be able to change which measurement are we gonna be using for Pokemon data. I said it also that it doesn't really matter, but you know, why not though? As I also said, it's not like the data is in there. For example, if I want to be seeing, you know, kilograms and meters, I can be playing the game, for example, basically any of the European languages. So, you know, it is there. It doesn't work with every single one of them for sure, but quite a good amount of them though. For example, I could be playing the game in German. Then again, overall the world would be a nicer place if in everything everyone would be using the same measurements. It is impossible, unfortunately, at this point, because I've been, you know, living in so long and things have been regulating in different places differently. But yeah, would be definitely easier. Because I will still say that it's absolutely pain to be try to be thinking if I'm like checking out a English recipe, like what is the measurements that I'm gonna be using. To be fair, we have at least one like measure cup that has bunch of different like, you know, measure units anyways. It has copied, it has ounces and deciliters that we use in here. You know, that's nice, but I mean, it's not definitely from all of them. And I will say that, in my opinion, in every single recipe, there should be like, and you could be changing like what is the unit. I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to be doing as well. Of course, there's like a bunch of different sites that do be doing it and stuff like that, but I feel like especially on those recipe sharing sites, there definitely could be a there definitely could be like a converter tool. Well, welcome back. Oh no, did you get another one? I mean, it's different at least. It's not like you need it, but it's not a Weedle. I mean, at least you're starting to be getting those shinies. It is basically the same, but technically you said no Weedles. The game did give you anyways one. I mean, taking breaks is good. But yeah, it is annoying. To be fair, you are looking at the target that is relatively rare, so there is some facing. Like, you need to be expecting some facing, but that's kind of stupid at that point. Especially because there's a lot of other options there as well. There isn't that many, but there is still, you know, more than Weedle and Caterpie. Is Pikachu there is Peachy, then there is either Bellsprout or Oddish, depending on the game. And also either Beedrill or Butterfree, depending on the game. But those are rare. I couldn't say. I don't remember the Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee encounter table and the odds for them. But it is quite unlikely to be getting basically the same ones only. Even if it would be a very common one. Like, for example, going for the... For example, me going for the authentic Sinistea in the Limwood is like it's a 1%. It's be expected to be running into Punch of Morgrams because it's the most common one. It's mostly running Shield. But still, sometimes the amount is ridiculous. Academy Peachy and Bellsprout should also be relatively common. Pikachu is on the rarer side. Same with either Beedrill or Butterfree. But of course, like, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee want to be making Eevee and Pikachu be more common than they usually are in Kanto. Eevee being only one gift in every single Kanto game, apart from Let's Go. And Pikachu being quite rare in the forest and relatively common in the power plant. But I'm pretty sure that in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, it's the only place that you can be finding Pikachu is the forest. Let me check. Pikachu. It's only in Viridian Forest in there. It is. It is indeed. Apparently it could be getting in Japanese blue. A Pikachu from the Rocket Hideout. Interesting. The Japanese blue version is definitely very interesting. It is kind of odd though that they did remove in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, they did remove the dude from Power Plant. Pikachu, that is. It's in every other game, in every other Kanto game it has been there. Strange. But understandable, I guess. To be fair, there isn't too many games on Switch that you can be transferring Weedle into. I'm pretty sure it's only Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee and PDSP. I guess unfortunately you can be transferring from home to bank. It is still so strange to me. I kind of get it, kind of don't. That, you know, you can be moving Pokemons out from Pokemon from Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee to Pokemon Home. But you can't be doing like from Pokemon Home to Let's Go Pikachu Eevee. It makes sense, but why can't you transfer the same Pokemon that you have been getting in there back to there because it already kind of has the data. I understand because Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, they work like very weirdly through any other game. But I still find it a little strange though. Like if you just temporarily will be moving like a Weedle to the Pokemon home, why can't you be getting it back to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee? Because I'm pretty sure it's impossible. At least that is what I remember from one chart that I did see. When it was announced that you can be transferring Pokemons between every single Switch game, but Let's Go. Yeah, I'm not gonna be too surprised. To be fair though, depending on how many Mega Pokemons there is going to be in Legends CA, Weedle is most likely gonna be in that game because it did have a Mega. The best strategy. I'm not looking for you. I get it. When I don't look for you, I get it. It's like you losing something. You never find it when you try to be finding something. You find it afterwards. For example, we were trying to be looking for our hammer last night. We couldn't be finding it anywhere. One day it's gonna be found when it's needed. Exactly. I will say though that I'm kind of looking forward to the day that I'm gonna be needing classes because it's quite likely that I will be needing classes at some point. That I wonder like when it's gonna like how many times I'm gonna be running into the situation where is my classes when they're literally on my head. I did have temporarily classes when I was young, but to be fair, like actually the reason why like my side was in quotes bad was because, you know, I was growing up and, you know, in that time, you know, it's quite usual that your side can be bad. I didn't ever really use them because they didn't really help me. They didn't help me see, like, anything from afar better that they were supposed to be helping me with. And also, I absolutely hated that they made me feel taller. And I was trying to be riding a bike. And it was an impossible task with glasses on. But yeah, quite likely that at some point we'll be needing glasses. Both of my parents needs one. Every single one of my siblings has them. Most of the people that I remember from my father's side also have them. So quite likely. To be fair, it's quite rare that you could be going your entire life without glasses anyways, because, you know, at some point you're gonna be getting old and you're gonna be getting glasses because of that. But I can get why, like, need to be wearing glasses can be annoying. And not everyone can or want to be wearing contacts. My mother used to be wearing a lot of them. No, I really would. She did used to do that a lot. But I also remember, like, for some reason there was quite a large group in my class that they really wanted to be wearing glasses. But then again, there was at times that it was seen as you were a nerd because you were wearing glasses, which is still probably one of the dumbest things. Like, why does wearing glasses make you a nerd? In what world does it make any sense? You know, some people just do need to be wearing. It's not like they have too much of a choice. Also, I caught a Geodude, cool. Definitely needed that. But yeah. It do be what it do be. Yeah, bye. Thanks for stopping by again. I feel like it has calmed down definitely a lot nowadays. I don't think that the people wearing glasses is seeing nerdy anymore, which is a good thing. Because it's, as I said, it's just so stupid. Why? Also, last encounters before ads coming in. Let's run away then. Since the ad should be over soon-ish anyways. I like that I've been throwing a few times mod to the Pokemons and they're like, fine. Like, you would be thinking that that would be the time that they would be running away, you know? One would think at least. But no, they're just fine. Love it. Also, going a little bit back to like food related things is that one thing that I absolutely hate when it comes down to like, I guess, measurements is if the package just says that it has this and this many serving sizes. No matter what it is, then you're like thinking like, what is the serving size for this one? Because not everyone has like they say like what is like the actual like one serving size. It's mostly a thing that I see on like bottles of liquid, you know, those kinds of things. Like recommended serving size is this amount, and then it doesn't even say like what amount is one serving size. Usually in food it doesn't really come to play, because the only time that it could be really there is like if you buy like a package that is like meant for like eating at one go, so you know the recommended serving size is usually one of them, if there would be any even written. There is, for example, in here we can be buying like ready-made lasagna. We can be buying that. I don't know why I did say that so weirdly, but anyways. You can be buying that. You can be buying that as like one serving size, so it would be like a meal for one. Or you could be buying like a size that would be feeding like 4 people. For those, I kind of understand that there would be a serving size, but they don't really come around that often. We do be having like ready-made like salads that you can be buying from the stores. That there's a smaller and larger one. The smaller one is meant to be again like a lunch for one person, and the bigger one, it's meant to be that you could be putting it to the table and have like a salad on the table without doing any work. Depending though how big of a salad you're making, sometimes it's worth it to be buying the ingredients and then make the salad yourself. But it's not like badly priced though. And also if you're, you know, feeling lazy, you can be just buying a ready-made salad. I will say though that one thing I would be wishing to be a little bit more common in here would be that stores would be having like salad bars that you could be, you know, making your own salad there. Because there is like only one place has them in here, and also not every single one of them. So they are questionably available, unfortunately. But it also would be nice. And I feel like that would also be a way to be making, you know, since it is always a problem that, you know, kids, teens, young adults, or basically any age, no one is like eating enough vegetables. That would be definitely a way to be making that people would be eating more vegetables. Is, you know, the ready-made salads that you get, they are fine. But also there is limited amount of options to them, so if stores would be having indeed salad bars, then that would be helping out. And anyways, it's quite common in here, in some of the bigger stores at least, to be seeing like, instead of a regular grocery store, like a place that you could actually go ahead and have lunch in. Or take food with you. So, why couldn't you be having also a salad bar there? Because in very few places I even see like salad as an option in one of those, which is a little unfortunate. I understand that salad isn't the most like filling lunch that you can ever be having, but if you have like decent options, it can be. The unfortunate thing is though that salad, no matter where you get it, is in here quite expensive. It's, you know, fine, but a little unfortunate for sure. I mean, it is, to be fair, with every single healthy option, they are always too expensive. I think it has definitely helped, at least the store that we use. Like, almost always. Like, the whole, like, store thing. Not like one specific store, but it as a whole. They have every once in a while, like, you can be getting under €1, like, quite a good amount of, like, fruits, vegetables, whatever happens to be there. To be fair, it is mostly for things that they have too much of and or like are soon to be out of date. Like the expiry date is coming in soon. But I mean, they're nice though. Because I remember in here at school it was very important that you didn't like take too much when you were eating a lunch. You know, that they wouldn't be thrown in the trash. Which is kind of understandable, but I will also say that it doesn't help out that much. Because some of it is gonna be thrown away anyways. It is just the truth. Because the school is not gonna really be like giving it forward anymore, because there is very little amount of it, so after the day has passed, maybe next day they could be having the same food, but then after that, no. So always at least a little bit is gonna be going in the trash anyways. I get it for the reason that, you know, don't like get too much food to your plate, so, you know, someone else can be eating it instead. Because for some things there was always like a sign that you can be only taking this amount. Because otherwise they would be running out of them. will still say that no one really listens to Jones. Unfortunately. I guess at least in here, in most places, we have like you can be picking yourself what you want situation. And still like bringing a school lunch, it's not too common in here, because at least from grades 1 to 9, you have free school meal. If you're like in a public school. Which is also a thing that I have almost never heard of. I know that like there is few somewhat nearby here that are like private schools. They aren't that common in here. Which is, you know, fine. I don't really care that much about it myself. You know, quite like often you'll be going to public school. And then usually also in high schools or vocational school you also have free lunch. But there you need to be like providing like basically a piece of paper that says that you can be eating there, because those are usually like everyone can be going there and eating places, so you need to be providing like proof that you can be eating there for free. Then from there it depends on the place. But yeah. I don't think that I ever really heard of anyone bringing lunch to school from like when they didn't come from home. Ever from grades 1 to 9. Did like see it be happening in vocational school though? Which is normal because you can be like freely roaming around anyways, you can be leaving the campus area. Because if you're from grades 1 to 9th you can. Which is kind of strange, but I guess understandable. Like, kind of why all of a sudden you're allowed to be leaving the area. I will say one thing was a little bit surprising this morning is that they were cutting grass this morning, like in here. And then it like made me like think that they haven't cut the grass before that point, like at all this summer. At least while we have been here. Which is kind of strange. To be fair though, they're releasing too many places in here that they would need to be cutting the grass anyways, because first of all there isn't too much grass in here. And second of all, they are not really places that you are meant to be walking by that much, so I get it why it's not done that often. One thing I did find strange though, that there seemed to be only one guy doing, the work. But I did hear 2 different devices being used. Because I did hear like a lawnmower and then like a machine that you would need to be having for like taller grass. Forget what it's called, but anyways. I wonder though. I mean, I guess it would be making sense if they would be doing all of them on the same day, but they could be doing it in different days. I wonder if they're gonna be like keeping the bushes in order as well. Because right in front of like our cars in the parking lot there is indeed bushes. I'm assuming that they would be doing it on the same day. Because how would this specific like company works with their you know, rental places and everything is that they have like a person assigned to like few different houses or buildings, and then they, you know, so they usually have like 3, maybe 5 max. Usually it's 3 that one person has that they need to be taking care of. And usually it works in the way that, you know, one they do in the morning always, one they do at the... and like midday, one do in the afternoon. That's probably why they were only like afternoon in here, or like 1 PM in here. Because usually every single thing happens early in the morning. You know, when they're piling snow in the winter, it's always happening in the morning, but for that they for sure have more people. Or because it's more, it is very important in the case of like a bad storm. You know, everyone needs to be able to get out of their building in time. Because technically, if they can't, you can be complaining. And if it happens too often, then you know, you're gonna be getting a little discount to your next month's rent in a good day. Because you know, you are like, they can't be giving you the thing that you can't be leaving your house, you know. I mean, surely like does like workplaces understand that, you know, weather is what it is, but still. There's different situations always, but most of the time, thankfully, in here they have been able to keep, you know, snow out, so you can be getting out of the house in the winter. The only problem is that I feel like they can, but I would wish they could be doing something to the hill that we need to be driving to get up here. It has definitely been better since one of our neighbors did move out, because they did have like a van, and that did absolutely destroy it. So, you know, with a regular car you couldn't be getting up because you couldn't be, like, the road was just in a terrible condition. It just literally couldn't be getting up anymore. And thankfully they are gone. They weren't too good of neighbors anyways. But you gotta be having terrible neighbors, right? No matter where you live. I honestly feel like, especially living in an apartment, like you have to be having at least one bad neighbor. Because there's just like so many, you know, living in there. So no one of them has to be a bad neighbor. Is it your next door neighbor? Is it somewhere else in the building? It's a different story, of course. What it do be? But it was definitely an interesting sound to try to be figuring out like what's going on when you have just woken up. I didn't wake up to that, I was already awake, but I was like, what is that sound? I was like, oh, they are cutting grass. Because they were like on the other side of the building, so you couldn't really be hearing like it clearly, you just hear like a consistent noise. Oh, yeah, they're cutting grass. That's what they're doing in there. Cutting grass is one of the only like house chores that I have never done. Probably mostly because I was too young to be doing it when we did live in like a house that we could be doing it ourselves in. And then after that I haven't lived in a place. Because I always remember that is one of the jobs that kids are doing. Which I kind of understand, but also it is quite risky as well. It's not the safest job ever. Like, even though delivering, like, newspapers, like, there can be, you know, cars can be wild, but I would still consider it to be safer to do for a kid or a teen. I never did do jobs like that. We didn't need to, we could if we wanted to, but I wasn't really feeling like doing them myself. Too busy with school and stuff, and then, you know, during the breaks I wanted just to be chilling. But I do remember that my older brother used to deliver like afternoon mail. Do you remember that? I do remember at some point I really wanted to be taking care of someone else's pets while they were gone, or like taking them to a walk and stuff. Because I remember I was talking with a friend at the time that we could be doing that. We never like did do it. This is definitely in the plans to be doing it though. Yeah. People work differently, definitely. Indeed. I remembered also that I did used to like tend to like camps at some point when I was a kid before we moved to here. They weren't like easily available in here. Wouldn't be need to be going further. Further if it would have been in here indeed. And I remember that you could, if you wanted to after a certain age, you could have been attending those. I guess the quotes adult for the kids. It's pretty interesting. The only unfortunate thing was that after like few years of going there, I personally got a little bored of the place. Because unfortunately there was only one place nearby and it was one of those places that they didn't really change too much. Because some places they do be changing like year. Like are a little bit different each year, but that place didn't, unfortunately. I do remember faintly though that one summer it was the case that I think it was too windy because we were in tents. It was too windy, so we needed to be going for like one night, sleeping in like a nearby building. That was part of it, like that building would be used during winter times. But usually in summer you would be sleeping in tents. But there was indeed one time that we need to be using that. I don't remember, was it rainy? I just remember that it was windy. I don't remember too much of those though. One thing I remember that I never really asked to be going into one, and I was kind of just put in one of them. I kind of understand it. Because, you know, socializing is important and stuff like that, but I didn't really enjoy them too much. I've never really been in situations where I need to be seeing a bunch of like new people. I very rarely did know like anyone in those. I think after we did get like our summer cottage, we don't no longer have it because parents did break up and everything. After we did get that, we didn't go there anymore, which makes sense. I will say though that it was a nice place. Too much in the middle of nowhere, though, for my liking nowadays. It did have like, you know, a cottage vibe. Cottage vibe, like some sort of so not internet, but some sort of like electricity. We did like never use it. Like there was a TV, but I don't remember a single time that we were watching it. It did work, but we just never watched it. I kind of get it, yeah, you know, you're out in the wilderness, enjoy it. But still. The problem was that there was a lot of things to do, but also since both of my older siblings, they were like old enough so they could be staying at home or go somewhere else, like spending their time with, so there wasn't really anything to do at the same time, even though there was plenty of things to do. But my younger brother was also like too young at the time, so he couldn't really be doing the same things that I could. Few times we did have like some cousins over there. I remember those times were quite nice, so you know there would be more people on of my age there. Because when I was a kid, I kind of like to be playing and, you know, doing sports, whatever my things. But since there was no one really to do them with, both of my parents weren't really into playing any sports. Was kind of like, think of what you can be doing yourself. I do remember one summer, though, that I don't know who it was, but someone did like drive off the road and we need to be calling, you know, someone to be getting the car out of there. It was definitely an experience. Okay. Are you gonna be coming in and checking the camera again? She might be. I'm gonna give you soon more room there. There you go. Now you have room. She wants more food. Shocker. So soon she's gonna be coming to my table and cleaning herself then. Possible at least. Also, one thing that I did realize after stream that the cat did do to my 3DS somehow. I don't know how, like when she did like drop the camera and everything, she did somehow like get the 3D effect off from the offsetting that like requires a push because there's like a lock, so you can't be accidentally like putting it to the 3D mode. It was all the way to the full. Because it wasn't like that once I did started. Don't know how she did it, but she surely can be surprising. She surely can be surprising. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for, get something. And if you're hunting indeed in one of the safari zones, I'm hoping that you can be catching what you get as well. Hopefully indeed. Hello, cat. What are you gonna be doing? You want to come back? Did drop something? Yeah? You can just sit down, that would be nice. Thankfully I don't need to be seeing the big screen today. Be seeing everything from the smaller screen as well. You're actually just in a way that I could be seeing it myself anyways from the bigger screen. It's not like I don't need to be looking at the smaller screen anyways, because can be seeing the other capture card, otherwise. I was talking about it before that if I would be opening the program for it, it would be breaking everything. A little unfortunate for sure. But it be. You had to put that to the screen. Mean. What are you? I didn't get it cleaned. Jeez. Are you doing more of them? But yeah, would be suggesting, you know, hydrating if you haven't done that in a while. Go for a little bit of walks and stuff like that as well. You know, taking breaks to be important indeed. Would be suggesting that. Would be suggesting that indeed, so. We'll be doing nice stretch break whenever is the next ad break in about 7 or so minutes. I have been sitting for quite some time, so be stretching my legs at least. So you know they're not gonna be getting too stuck at a place. Can't didn't attack mic today. Interest or my mic or the camera. Nice. Very nice indeed. Well, one thing was kind of odd though. When we were indeed celebrating the midsummer, that we have a heater in the room that we sleep in just in case that, you know, it's cold, that, you know, we want to be having warmer there, so, you know, can be getting comfy there. Don't need to be freezing. The interesting thing was that you basically need to be running it the entire time. It's like so cold there. As I said, windy it was indeed. But still. It do be what it do be. Thankfully we do be having that there. I remember when we did get it though, that we did accidentally get like a bigger one And like the company would have been fine just giving us the bigger one. That there was quite a big difference in price, by the way. They were like ready to be getting us the bigger one for free of charge. Like not charging any extra. But the problem just was that the room that it was going in, it would have been way too powerful for it. So it was probably first time for them that we were like demanding the smaller one. And it is also kind of strange because there is quite a big size difference between like the bigger one and the smaller one. Because like the bigger one is at least twice the size of, if not 3 times the size of the small one. So like kind of how are you accidentally making that mistake? But yeah, we did get the correct size one. But yeah. Silly things. I mean, of course we wouldn't have minded ourselves if we would be getting the bigger one. Like, not any extra price or anything like that. But as I said, the problem was that it would have been too much to, like, that small of a room. In the case that, you know, how the instruction paper said that if you put it like this size or smaller room, it's gonna be too much, and you know, then it becomes the issue that can you be breathing there and everything? Because it is using gas as a fuel, so the bigger one of course is gonna be giving more gas. Because the smaller one technically was also a little too big for the room that it was originally put in, but since we did move into the other side of that place, it is more like close to the actual size that it needs to be, the room. It's maybe a little too big now, but better that way, you know? That the room is too big for the heater. And too small. But yeah, we're gonna be having a break soon then. Gonna be doing like 2 or 3 more encounters, then having the break indeed. Breaks are indeed a good time to be getting something to drink, something to eat, take a break one way or another. Stretch about and such. As I said, I'll probably be stretching my legs myself. It's probably what I'm gonna be doing. I'll do actually one more. Just about enough time. There we go, we'll leave it there for now. Let's continue then. Nice stretch break. Start of a strong way, double whoopers. Starting strong, I see. Still will say, Cooper or Quagsire would definitely be goals for this year. Don't really need them, but they could be cool. Now that I actually think about it, have I gotten regular shiny Wooper ever? I don't think so. Gotten Paldean one a few times. Or at least once. I feel like I've been getting it more than once. I don't know why. I've been mixing it up with something else. But yeah. Wooper Quagsire indeed. Absolutely allowed to see one of the two at least. Also, in 2 hours or so, we're gonna be hitting 10k overall. Pretty nice. I might see if I want to be going for 11k today. Be a little too much to think, but it could be possible though. Hunt is going quite well. Thanks for asking. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day, Tech Gamer. A little bit over odds in BDSP, but it do be what it do be. It's both combined, of course, so technically half that's the amount of encounters per game. Thanks for Shiny Magmar! Is that Thanks for the logs. Yo. I guess so. Silver wearing visit. uh. Oh boy. I'm gonna start a 30-second prediction. Do we catch it or not though? Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh boy. So Brilliant Diamond is the only game that hasn't gotten anything. Oh boy. Gonna be taking a few pictures of it before it flees. So I guess one coming in. Oh boy. Yeah, I make a clip myself later, but jeez. No, you can't be posting links in chat, so I think you can't be posting clips either. Oh boy. I'm afraid. Oh boy. Yeah. I could be technically making the clip right now as well, I guess. I don't want to do anything. I guess it's time. No shakes. Stay though. Another wall in. One shake. Don't you dare to flee. No. Unfortunate. Happens, I guess. But yeah, it's surprising that both of my shinies this year have been on the roads. $3,035. Oh boy, I guess I could be posting it on Twitter as well. before we continue. I'm gonna soon edit the layout as well. Hello, birds are cool. How are you doing? I'm doing quite fine. Yeah, Magmar, unfortunately. He did flee. Yeah, happens. Let's. Oh yeah, I need to be downloading the one as well. Cerebi.net and there, Magmar. Gen 4, Oracle Soul Silver specifically. I hope you feel better. Let's add a new one. Fail Magmar. Very small image, and why can't I move it? Could I please be able to move it? It's not locked. Thank you. Fair enough, I suppose. Hard to resize for some reason today. Then seed filters. Color correction. I could be doing with that. And let's turn the brightness all the way down. Seems like a good idea. There we go. There we go. Outcome and no catch. For the prediction. Same prediction as every time. Which game will be finding the next shiny? Also, I need to be opening one more program so I can be nullifying the thing. Can you, like, actually... It is 0. Could you please? There you go. Yeah! It's this one. I'm gonna be centering it a little bit. Well then. We continue. Unfortunate. Well, is it next time for Brilliant Diamond to be finding something? The only game that hasn't found anything. Yeah. I know you have time to join in when you have time to join in. To be fair though, I will say that Magmar is one of the only ones that doesn't really hurt as much because I already have one shiny Magmar in this game. So it isn't that bad. I found it on in the burn tower. Couldn't be fleeing there. It is, but it's, you know, part of the game. I want to run away, don't throw a ball. Because you did go to the prediction, and it shows like what did you choose? Yeah, it has done that for quite some time. Like if you choose a prediction line, then like there is outcomes, or like which one you choose, you're gonna be seeing it indeed. Anyways, do we want to do me? Unfortunate, but part of the game indeed. By the way, the dialga that I did get in PTSB, I need to be using Master Ball because it did start to struggle. Would have been knocking itself down on the next turn. Let's just throw a Master Ball at it. Didn't have any timer balls. Would have been smart to be having them, but don't really care. I'm still gonna be getting one more Master Ball though before I do RQs, because for that I definitely want to be having a Master Ball just in case. Would like to catch it in some cooler Pokeball though. Unfortunately, you can't be transferring items between two games like that. It would be nice if you could. But if you have Pokemon holding onto an item and transfer it into home, it removes the held item and puts it back to your bag. Yeah, it is unfortunate. So only way that you could be getting more Master Balls in PTSB, for example, is that you either transfer one from another PTSB game that you can be actually doing like an actual trade with, or you do the daily lotto thing. I will also say that if you are doing sometimes surprise trading, you might be getting Master Balls as a held item, so that's, I guess, another way to be getting. That's another way to be getting it, indeed. Yeah, it is 100% going to be hacked. I would like to say, like, technically 99.9% hacked, but I mean, it is a way that some people do be getting their Master Balls, though. Fair enough. Wish that there could be a way saying no to them, but there unfortunately is no way. Nice. Any specific plans in Let's Go? Ooh, well, good luck with that. Annoying soft reset hunt, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't like Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee soft reset either. I did do them a little bit and I was like... There is so many buttons that I need to be pressing, it's insane. I get it, but I don't get it why you need to be choosing what... like what like controller are you using? It's so annoying every single time. I'm pretty sure you can be using Pro Controller on Let's Go though. Because people always complain that you can be using one in there. It's annoying, but it is what it is. I mean, it's good to be having options, if you ask me. I guess that's why, that's how I'm doing most of my shiny hunts, that I have a bunch of different things that I punch. Because I don't like to be hunting the same thing all the time. I want to be changing it up. Safari Week is one of the only few things that will be like an exception. That I'm gonna be only doing that, but... Usually I have in a week that I do Alpha Gudra, Dynamax Adventures, both like at least once a week. Then other hunts during the week. It's still pretty interesting that you can be finding in stores in here at least, like the Sword and Shield with the DLCs. It's interesting. I haven't looked up too much recently, so I haven't seen Scarlet and Violet's. Interestingly enough. Yeah, I will say that thankfully they aren't that expensive. Because some other games will be having a lot more expensive DLCs. And I hate when games do be doing that. You have to be having every single DLC in order to be playing the game. It's so stupid and I absolutely hate it. Thankfully not too many games do that, but the ones that do are annoying. But it is also kind of unfortunate in Sword and Shield specifically that, you know, people are saying that the second DLC, aka where Dynamics Adventures is and everything, that they would be liking just to be buying that, but you have to be buying them both. Which is understandable that you would like to be buying only one of them, but at the same time, like, I understand that there's only one way to be buying them, and it's to be buying both. And the weirdest thing is that in Sword and Shield you can be getting access to everything at the start, indeed. Basically, you need to just be accessing a train station and then you can be doing the DLC if you want to. Strange indeed. But also remember, if you ever want to be doing the Patch Around event in Scarlet and Violet, you need to be completing the main story post-game thing. AKA rematch the gym leaders and do the Ace tournament once. Because that's an easy thing to be forgetting that you need to be doing it in order to be getting it. Yeah. I will say that I find it a little, like, odd that you need to be using the mystery gift thing in order to be getting the item still. Like, why is it strictly in there, the item? Nice. Yeah. I did take my time. I didn't really rush through it. I don't remember how long it did take to complete the main story. I did also take like 3 months or even longer break from it as well. Was it really feeling like playing it? As I said, Scarlet and Violet, they did have potential with the open world aspect of the game. But it definitely needs to be getting some improvements. If it's gonna be used again. Make the gym leaders actually, you know, beatable in any order. And also adjust the wild Pokemon's levels according to your badge amount. A good start though. It's always one reset closer to be getting it. Yeah, definitely. But always, any amount of progress is still progress. Do you do 1,000? Do you do 1? It's still progress. Because that's the thing that I feel like it sometimes is forgotten by like more casual hunters, that even though there's people that run like 8 different games at once and, you know, get a bunch of encounters, you know, you don't have to. It's still, you know, whatever you do is good amount. Yeah. Because, like, I understand that getting something like Game Boys, maybe DS, they are easy to be getting in bunch. Switch is a little bit harder in one way, because I feel like not too many are, like, selling them. And I always feel like if you're selling a Switch, it's already gonna be in too bad of condition to be using. I don't think that I have ever seen anyone be selling a Switch. And I have talked about it before, that there is the problem in here that and people are selling things in here basically at the same price as they would be from the store shelf when they are used. And I ain't gonna be paying that amount of money. Don't know why is it in here, I have always hated it. What do be, what it do be. But yeah, I think max amount that I could be doing hunts at the same time is probably 4. But I will say though that my problem doing like multiple different system hunt is that I don't like to do the same hunt in too many places at the same time. I like to be doing different hunts. I like to be doing the same hunt in 2 different places. At least have a little bit of variety in their encounter tables. Yeah, in the Area Zero there's a lot of options for sure. But also the nice thing about Area Zero that depending on what Pokemon of course you're going for, but quite a good amount of them can be nicely isolated as well. What do you mean? Not all the Paradox Pokemon are Steel type. In Violet. I think there is literally only one that I can think of. And it's Iron Threads. Let me check out actually the list. There is also Iron Ground, I guess, that is part Steel type, but you can be getting but one of them per game. Yeah, Iron Threads is literally the only Steel type Paradox Pokemon. From the ones that you can be like re-encountering. Good morning, EEST, how are you doing? That's good to hear you're doing good. Oh, by the way, EEST, are you on a summer break or something? Because you seem to be starting streams earlier and everything. Yeah, reset hunts are best on... definitely if you're doing something else as well. No, boring. Yeah, fair enough. Enough indeed. Yeah. Because most likely when I'm gonna be doing like Darkrai and Arceus resets, I'm gonna be doing something else as well. At least for the stars, I'm gonna be hunting for the pink shallows. It's a hunt that I'm gonna be doing at some point anyways. Which is going to be happening first? You watch the entirety of One Piece or the hunt will be over? I hope the hunt can be over before. But time-wise, my longest hunt is either hard to be saying because one of them is in like and one of them hasn't ended yet. Is either Alpha Gudra or Xerneas in the Ace. Both of them are slash were 200 plus hours. And it is what it is. Oh no. I will say though that I personally am a worse hunter if I'm watching something while I'm hunting, because sometimes I'm gonna be concentrating too much on the thing that I'm watching instead of doing the hunt. I'm guessing that Legends are queues you need to be completing because of what are queues in PDSP. I don't know what is the reason completing Let's Go though. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, technically only for Mewtwo you would need to be completing the story. And also, technically, if you really want to, You can be getting the legendary birds and Mewtwo depending on what version of PDSP you have. Do you have Brilliant Diamond or Shining Pearl? You could be getting them, at least Mewtwo you can be getting in here. Yeah! Arceus is definitely worth playing once. For me, still in Arceus, their release and replayability, it's just the star ranking system is so annoying on the second way around. Because it isn't annoying enough on the first time around. It's fine, but at the same time it's kind of eh. Yeah. Thankfully, most of Sword and Shield Pokédex you can be completing even if you have only one of the games, because most of the time, like trade evolutions, you can be finding them in the wild. Like Gengar, Dusknoir. You can be finding them thankfully in wild, so that's nice. I'm guessing one of the only Pokemons that you're gonna be struggling with without, you know, a friend in Sword and Shield are very few trade evolutions. Solar Buff, Armatias, Carablast, and Shelmed. Apart from that, it isn't too bad, honestly. If you would be having DLCs before you try to be... If you would be having DLC before you try to be completing it, then you could be technically be getting... almost the entire decks without trading. It's few that you would need to still be trading. And mostly you can be doing without. But yeah, especially with Scarlet and Violet and Legends Arceus, completing dexes in Sword and Shield PDSP is very easy. Because Legends Arceus makes the annoying trade evolutions not to be a trade evolutions. Just use items instead. they were gonna be having soon an outbreak then. In about 2.5 minutes. It is the usual 3 minutes, so having a break then indeed. And of course, I'm not gonna be hunting during it. I'm gonna be just chilling. Just chilling that time then indeed. Oh yeah, a few days ago I did see someone be getting, like, in quotes, accidentally a shiny Zygarde from the EAs. Like, they weren't even going for it, they did just do, like, one randomly. Always nice when that happens. I love it. Nice. More hunts to be doing. I'll do one more encounter then. I'll leave it there. Let the ads play and then continue after that. Have a great rest of the day then. Yeah, have a great rest of the day indeed. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it indeed. Hopefully your diagonal hunt is not gonna be too bad indeed. Let's continue then. But also, considering the fact that there hasn't been any frame drops in the, like, both today and yesterday, at least so far today, that seems like the internet issues has been fixed. So that's nice. I'll need to be getting... At some point, we need to be getting the dudes be informed that one of them is broken. Unfortunately. The other place that we could be getting internet in, indeed it is broken, because it has to be the case. Because that is literally the only thing that has happened in between. But yep, nice. Indeed. Would be indeed be nice if Brilliant Diamond would be able to be finding something today. Absolutely love it indeed. It would indeed be meaning that every single game would have been finding something. It would be absolutely lovely indeed. Possible, definitely. Definitely a possibility. As I said, if I find something else in Shining Pearl first, before I find anything else in Brilliant Diamond, gonna be questioning what's going on. What is Brilliant Diamond cooking at that point? Is Brilliant Diamond cooking at that point? Oh. Didn't move in. I see. Not capturing another whooper. Brilliant diamond isn't like whoopers, I see. Shining pearl I've captured two today accidentally. I mean, I will not be having them in my decks anyways. Because, you know, I'll be resetting the games if I don't find anything. But I guess if I find something there today, then, you know, I just have two whoopers. I like they're also both same level, a little bit health difference, so there is like a nature difference at least. At least, you know, it's not same IVs. EVs, whatever my things. Funny things. Love it. The bits. I will say the one thing that I kind of hate in some social medias is that I absolutely hate that there is like trending in your country thing. I kind of get it, but at the same time, I'm personally not too interested in like seeing what's trending in here. Because I don't really care too much about it. If I really like to be knowing what's like a big deal right now in here, I go ahead and read news. So I don't really like that. For example, in Twitter there is the thing indeed that trending in Finland right now, and I'm like, I don't get half of these. Why are they even trending? There's some of them that of course I can understand, but some of them are like, why? For example, you know, it was a midsummer, then, you know, all like according tags were trending. Understandable. But yeah. Do be what it do be indeed. I have a feeling, by the way, that we're gonna be getting into like 10k again with PTSB. I don't like it. I don't like it. I still don't know what it is up with my 1 in 4k odds. They seem to like be going over odds quite often. Which is a little unfortunate for sure, but do be what it do be indeed. And I don't mind that I get 1 in 8k shinies, you know, under odds. I don't mind that at all. But, and again, you know, sometimes I would be deserving going over odds though. Like in some games I do be deserving to be going over odds more than others. I guess it's, you know, games balancing themselves out. Games be balancing themselves out by, you know, one game be getting all the shinies, the other one getting nothing. Fair enough, I suppose. Fair enough, I suppose, indeed. It was Zural. Feel like no time no see you, buddy. What continues? I'm gonna do. Which found one thing. Get one extra there. Yeah, now it's correct. Did accidentally add an extra one. I didn't need to be there. Thankfully, it is indeed easy fix. I feel like it's so hard to be seen, by the way, in Soul Silver, but then I like remember, yeah, it does like have like nice gradient effect of going into nighttime, so you're gonna be like seemingly be in the nighttime for like an hour before. But actually like the background is still the sunset one. But yeah, indeed, about an hour more then we're gonna be getting the sunset time encounters. Doing that indeed. sunset nighttime. Technically right now we get into sunset encounters, but it's not a different time of day. I feel like it would be cooler if there would be more Pokemons that would only be available when it's sunset time or dusk time. I feel like that could be kind of cool. But I do still be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully, still you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. Progress is always progress, and still be hoping that if you are doing, you know, any of the safari zone hunting, that you'll be able to capture as well. Hopefully indeed. Be quite nice indeed if that would be happening. But it is part of the game indeed. Part of the game indeed is to be losing one or two, you know. Depending on how many you get. I wonder what was the like reason between like, you know, Safari Zone in the first place to be added to the games. Wonder what was indeed the reason. Like, as I said, I get it like an area that has rare Pokemons in them, but why specifically like a Safari Zone area that, you know, Pokemons can be running away from you and such? But it is always like interesting, like the spacing of Safari Zones. It's interesting that games have like, at least old games used to be having a lot of data that they didn't use, like, you know, original renders of things, for example, or something along those lines. Sometimes they are being deleted, sometimes they're just gonna be there, forgotten that they are even there in the first place. But, at bottom. But indeed. Why was there like a like half functioning Safari Zone on Gen 2? I mean, I guess they were checking out, do they have enough room for it? It's the only way that makes sense for it to be there, you know? But considering the fact that the problem was that there wasn't enough room, like, wouldn't it be making sense to be removing unimportant things? Of course I understand, you know, it's an old thing, so, you know, can be sometimes be hard to be getting rid of things from older devices. Old platforms, whatever things. But also I would like to kind of like, I guess I could be like researching like why does it happen, but why in so many games it's a thing, like GBA, GameCube, Nintendo 64 era, where there was so many games that like did have a bunch of like maps that it just have absolute nonsense in them. You know, the weird thing that you can be getting in Gen 1, for example. You leave the Safari Zone area in a specific way. Be getting into the college place. I understand that it's kind of like a memory thing that, you know, everything in the memory like loads in for whatever reason. But it's not always the same in every game as well. It's definitely interesting though, especially in the way that if you can visually be seeing like and like be moving in the code in quotes, and how like you can be coding it. By, you know, removing certain things and such. Like, EEST has been a thing in old games for quite some time. I find it kind of interesting. It's not the most interesting thing ever, but it's not the most boring thing either, to be fair. It is okay. It do be okay indeed. Of course, you know, technology changes and everything, but I feel like that nowadays... I don't even know how to really be playing game like what they used to be able to do for older games. How could I as a player be breaking them on indeed? And like... I mean, of course, you know, as more complex as things get, the more likely they are to be breaking, but still... Sometimes it's interesting, or would be interesting to know, why do things break so much? Why do they be breaking so much? And still now be relatively working in relatively working condition. It's fun that Cat has entered the usual things that she does. And you know, complaining that she do be hungry. Be fair, she is gonna be getting clean eating place, or at least bowl soon. Be cleaning them up. Maybe I will be loading the dishwasher today, even, but not getting her a nice and clean one. Who would like to be eating from a dirty plate? I will say though that even though it is of course, you know, to be cleaning all the time in quotes the food bowl, but at least there isn't the fact that the cat would be so picky that every single time that she's getting food it needs to be a fresh new one. Been getting quite nice and lucky that, you know, she's picky, but indeed, as I said, in weird ways. As I said, too fancy food is a no-go. Too fancy food, it would be a no-go indeed. Overall, she do be quite fun indeed. Hey, little buddy, that's for sure. Gotta love that. I feel like it's kind of wrong to be like, I understand like thinking of your past pets and everything, but I feel like it's as wrong as it with humans to be comparing, you know, to different pets. As I said before, thankfully I've been quite well be able to avoid that. You know, parents weren't really like that. So that should be quite nice. But yeah, I don't really understand it because, you know, as I said before, like a long time ago, but anyways. Every single pet, they do be still their own person. In a way. That's still a reason why I absolutely hate the generalizing that certain looking cats are gonna be like certain ways. I absolutely hate that. But it do be what it do be. Every single one of them do be their own individual thing indeed. And I don't know. Like, one thing I will say that I feel like I know that some teachers did used to compare me to others. Like, why are you not doing as well as this dude is? Was very weird though. But anyways. But yeah. They did used to do that. I feel like it's not really done that much anymore. I feel like one thing definitely has become more of a thing that people tend to do is that they compare themselves to others way too much. I will say that that is definitely thanks to social media. And I don't really get it. I mean, I sure like some things I'm fine with, like I don't know what really. But at least some things that I'm fine with, but like, you know, people grow at different rates, so, you know, some might be more mature in a young age than other one is. Because I'm just like, yeah, I could be having this and this when I'm watching like social media, but I'm like, do I care really? No. Am I happy the way that I am? Yes. And it's everything that I care about. You do you, you know? People be judging if they be judging, but don't care myself. I think during the next ad break I'm gonna plug in the 3DS, even though it's not really needed. Hello, cat. Are you coming to the table? You are? You want room? I can give you room. Please turn to check. Camera. I know you want attention. You have been very lonely today. There's been no one at home in the entire day. I did find something to eat at least because you're cleaning yourself in the way that you have been eating just something. I mean, you do be having dry food all the time, so probably that. So cat, could you please do your usual thing and give me a lock? Could be technically be hiding a shiny, like literally. You're in the way. Silly cat. I wonder why you haven't actually today be attacking anything. I guess because I'm giving you room, so you don't need to be attacking anything. Or you're not in the attacking mood today. Want to be close by or don't want attention that much today. Could be that as well. He always wants a little bit of attention, but sometimes she is fine with less attention. She has settled herself. Being all comfy. Did he even manage to be in a way that she's not actually pressing even any buttons? So, you know, nice. I kind of do as well. Imagine cats being able to be going into places that they're not gonna be completely in your way. Rare, but it happens sometimes. I will say one thing though, that in my opinion, you know, when you throw a beige in Safari Zone, I think that it should be staying at least there for one turn. Like, you know, the turn that it's eating. I feel like that should be the case indeed. I will say one thing as was quite surprising last night about a cat as well is that she usually goes somewhere to be sleeping at some point during the night. But I'm pretty sure she didn't do it last night. She didn't go anywhere else to be sleeping because I did wake up a few times and she was still on the bed. Likes going somewhere else also to be sleeping every once in a while. You know, maybe it's bad air in the room, you know, or wants to be just going outside anyways. Just be sleeping there. Usually in the winter times she is mostly with us when we were sleeping though. But summer times she might be also like sleeping quite a good amount outside as well. It's not like it has been too warm in the last few days anyways. But again, you never know how long she is a little bit mad that we were gone for a few days. You never know. I think keyboards should be smart enough though that they would be knowing if a cat is touching them and not, you know, let it be typing anything or like do anything. Since, you know, we have in games, for example, like things that predict your movement and everything, we need keyboards like that. Imagine how easy it would be then. Not to be deleting everything once you're like doing work and cat comes to your laptop and decides that's the best sleeping place. In the beginning, smart things like that. Oh. First, they're not gonna be doing anything when the cat is on it. Wonder like how it could be actually be working. Silly idea for sure. I mean, something like a touchscreen would be like easy to be making it with because touchscreens, they don't really care that much about weight. They really care about, you know, that there is the skin there. But then again, if a cat does put a paw somewhere, then, you know, it might be counting. I guess she does very well know how to be using phone sometimes as well. She isn't just a computer wizard. She can be sometimes wizardy with phones as well. For example, like one morning when I did receive the phone call that we were gonna be getting our new oven, she did somehow put my phone away from the silent mode. Sitting in my... where my headsets are in. Nothing else wrong with it, but I did lose like sounds for a second. She was like touching the cable and didn't get enough contact. Interesting nonetheless. Do be very smart. To be very smart indeed. But yeah, another reminder that remember to hydrate. Hydration is good. Again, we're gonna be having a sooner break, so you know, we'll be getting something there then. Break time in about 8 minutes or so, so getting then, you know, something new to drink and stuff. Maybe something small to eat even. Possibility. And also remember, breaks, they're also nice every once in a while as well. And needed as well. Not pushing yourself too hard, you know, if it's not necessary. Pushing yourself too hard indeed. I could be hitting, you know, 10k overall before the next ad break though. It's not that bad. You know, 3 years. Every single time that I get encounters, so possibility. Possibility definitely. Of course, you know, getting always shinies are gonna be... Getting shinies is always gonna be, you know... putting the total amount to be getting a little bit lower for one day. And to be spending some time in it, you know. was thinking maybe after like more or less 10k is hit, I could be going to inverted mode for a little bit. In Brilliant Diamond indeed. Was thinking that maybe, or maybe like after next break I'll be going for a little bit. Don't know how long, maybe an hour, maybe half an hour. We'll see, we'll see. How long I feel like going with inverted colors this time. Well, no tree shinies under 10k then. Would be quite unlikely to be fair anyways. Quite likely anyways indeed. I'm gonna be switching to inverted for a little while. As it is usually in Brilliant Diamond. Case indeed. Can I please run away? Thank you. Gonna be interesting to be seeing though the inverted colors during the nighttime, because usually it's only at daytime that I'll have inverted colors. Also, I guess during the ad break I'll be centering the total amount a little bit better. A little bit better indeed. Be doing like maybe 2 more encounters, and we're gonna be having a break indeed. Still no Pokeros. I did just check it like not too long time ago, so I would be a little bit surprised if I would have been able to get Pokeros that quickly. Not impossible, but unlikely. Only been there. Continue after the break indeed. Center number. Right work edge. It's a little bit better. It's gonna be moving a lot because depends on what number we are on. Let's run away then. With all the logic though, with how we know inverted colors work, I would like to say the sky is definitely turning pink when it's nighttime. Makes the most amount of sense. I will say though, one thing is still very nice about PDSB is that there is the nice reflections like in the water in Great Marsh. Like you can be seeing, if the Pokemon is for example tall enough, you can be seeing like in the water you can be seeing the reflection. It's quite nice indeed. And also, like, all the background as well is also reflected in the water, which is quite odd to be seeing in games in general, because usually waters, they don't tend to be having reflections in games. Which is a shame for sure that they don't have reflections that well in games, but it's quite nice. Also, I forgot plug in the 3DS spot. It's fine. Forgot to do that. Be plugging it in when it starts to be showing the signs that it needs to be charging. AKA it's flashing red on top of the screen. But yeah. Yeah, reflections in games, you don't tend to be seeing them too often. Even in like high budget games. To be fair though, it's not like real life water also like reflects everything perfectly. Definitely not the case. Juby is still a nice thing whenever you do be seeing it as well, though. Also, another thing that I really hope that if we're gonna be getting a Pokemon game that is random encounter based again, is that even though in Sword and Shield we did have a bunch of like variety on the backgrounds, I would be wishing to be seeing more still. Specifically in the wild areas. I understand that there doesn't need to be for every single one of them, there doesn't need to be a different looking one, but for more of them though. I absolutely love the fact that, you know, no matter basically how old the game is, you can be seeing at least is the encounter like, is it in the water or is it, you know, in the grass? I would be kind of hoping that the fishing encounters, again I think that if they ever return, it would be the case that there would be like a fishing rod somewhere. Like maybe behind the character that, you know, you have been just like throwing the rod away. Maybe to capture the fish. Would quite like that. It is nice that there is a difference indeed. I will still say though that one thing I really wish that never will be returning is the outfits from you know Alola. I absolutely hate the riding ones indeed. They're so bad. Like, why? The clothes are hideous. I don't mind that the dude is wearing them, but it's just annoying that they're wearing it when I'm doing the encounter if I'm riding the right Pokemon. To be fair, it would be making less sense if it would be just regular clothes all of a sudden. But then again, it's not like you're riding the Pokemon anyways when you're encountering, you're just standing. So they're already removing, you know, the Pokemon there. Why not should be removing other things as well? That's honestly a thing that maybe it should be in every Pokemon game. When you're riding a Pokemon in water and whatnot and get an encounter, you should be riding it. Bike is, like, if it's a road-on bike, like in Sword and Shield, bike could be one of the only like, exceptions. Like, again, it could be kind of like the fishing rod that it could be just tossed to your side. But if you're, like, in old games, you're riding a Lapras, for example, why is it not, like, showing there that you're riding it in battle? Would it really be doing anything? No, but wouldn't be too bad at the same time. And he's having some sort of a dream. Poor little buddy. So I will start making sounds at this time. It's not even 8 PM. Interesting. Interesting. Apparently, I'm playing this game. Shocker. I still don't understand why it is showing it every once in a while. You're playing this game? No way! At least today I'm not confused why is my other Switch playing this game. Even though I'm definitely playing this on the other game as well. My other account, indeed. Yep. We'll see, we'll see. Indeed, soon night chime encounters incoming. About a minute or so, depending on when does the game decide that it's night chime, because Switch does work in a little bit differently. It is like the 5 seconds, 10 seconds earlier than every other source, it seems like. I mean, it's not too big of a deal, to be fair. Minute here, minute there. Doesn't really... I don't really care. I've joked about it that it doesn't honestly, in most situations, it doesn't matter that something isn't done exactly in a minute. Like, even sometimes very important things, they can be like a day or two late and like everyone is like fine with it. Especially if it's over a weekend. For example, something like bank doesn't really work too well. Like, when it's like, you know... When it's, you know... weekend and such. I'm getting a nighttime encounter in that background. Interesting. Anyways. It's like weird orange. Everything is orange. Love it. Lovely. Your eyes are scary. To be fair, I think... I don't know how close the colors of, like, Psyduck and Hoot Hoot are shiny, like, normal Psyduck and shiny Hoot Hoot. But all things considered, that since, you know, Psyduck turns to be blue when it's regular and it's yellow, Hoot Hoot should be turning into bluish. Should be indeed. It was definitely weird to be seeing indeed a nighttime encounter with not like a nighttime background. To be fair, it was just, you know, on the line there, is it day or nighttime, to be fair, so... Or sunset time or nighttime, like, fair enough, I suppose. It just feels odd. Like, even though, like, it could be the situation that even though I'm doing technically at the same time the encounters, both in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, in one of the games it could be nighttime, in one of the games it could be, you know, daytime. And, like, it's so odd looking. Haven't been getting itch, interestingly enough. But it could be a possibility. I was thinking that if I could be getting the new face on Soul Silver to be at 500? Maybe? That would be quite nice. Getting it to 500 indeed. We'll see, we'll see. It is kind of weird though how this like nighttime effect, like Quagsire for example, it's definitely more on the orange side now. It's probably something to do with like, you know, overall the color do be changing. I could be just ringing correctly, that could be it as well. I guess the gill colors are the same, for example, with Wooper. Would you like to bait now? I seem to be liking the bait today, so I guess today they have been making good bait. There's been few that have been playing, but mostly they have been staying. Mostly they have been staying for sure. Even though I could be checking, I'm also kind of curious. I could be checking like for sure, but I'm also like not really wanting to be checking it. I'm wondering what does the barrel gets inverted? Because I think it would be one of the harder ones to be seeing for sure. I feel like every other one could be somewhat easy to be seeing. Are they shiny or not, but definitely don't know about the big barrel indeed. Be nice to be, you know, seeing a regular big barrel. So I have, you know, the found box, so I have the shiny one, so seeing a regular one in regular colors would be nice. But apparently, no big barrels are gonna be found there. See how it is. go. Because I don't really know. So I was thinking like maybe the face and stuff like that would be a little bit different. Probably gonna be a hard one. I mean, and then again, the reason why I'm not gonna be doing the other game is because no matter what, I can be hearing the sparkles from the game that is inverted. I could technically be making... So I could be hearing the other game as well, but too easy. Too easy. It could always be surprisingly easy to notice, though. Never really know. Is it inverted or not? Sometimes with shiny instead, can you be seeing it? Can you be seeing it as silly or not? There's been a decent amount of hoods. To be fair, it is 20%, so... Because there is no Noctowl in either of these two areas. But still... Appreciated. Game is really pushing me a bunch of the 20% I see. Soon 1% male Azuriel. Perhaps. Too much to be asking for. Definitely. Definitely too much to be asking for. But it is still so strange to think about it, actually, that both of the Roselia and Staravia are a possibility as the daily Pokemon. Well, you know, their prevos are only available at daytime. Because I'm pretty sure that daily Pokemons are, you know, all day long. Quite certain on that. It'd be kind of odd if they're like that, to be fair. Hmm. Just come to my mind. Can I get one item in Heartless Over? Or is it impossible? There. Oh jeez, I don't know how to spell magma. Magmarizer. Jeez. Nice. And there's only one in Cinnabar Island, okay. Understand. Yes, I'm assuming because it's not in the repeatable method. Rest of time, okay. Yeah. So if I want to, I could be getting Magmortar. How to be doing for sure, but definitely a possibility. It is kind of odd though. Why didn't they add it to, you know, Magmars? Could be able to be holding it. Because it was like that in Platinum. Anyways. It's not that big of a deal. It is indeed still a flaw of old games that sometimes you only have one of an evolutionary item in a game, so if you want to be getting more of the evolutions, you need to be either playing through the game again or transfer it to another game and then get it there. For example, you could be doing that with the Gen 4 games. You could, I'm pretty sure that you should be able to transfer the Pokemons into like Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and then back to Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I could be wrong though, but something that I remember. Because at least I think I have heard of someone be having Platinum as their... I guess. I don't know. Another thing is that you can be transferring freely between games. Unfortunate, but at least I will say that on Switch it at least is mostly a possibility. Let's go being the weird one out. Just unfortunate that they do be forgetting their moveset if you teach them new moves. That is a thing that I will not understand. Why is that a thing? I mean, I get it as the thing that, you know, the Pokemon isn't, like, knowing any moves that it shouldn't. I get it for that. But, you know, Pokemon Home could be saying that you can be having this move and, you know, in the other game it would need to be forgotten. Like, kind of how it works. If you transfer an old Pokemon at least to Sword and Shield, that it says that this move should be forgotten in its summary screen. If it knows one of the moves that is not in the game. So why couldn't that be the case again? Don't know. Very well it could be. I don't think that there really is any reason not to. You haven't brought me any luck today, cat. Even though I've been chilling on the table for quite some time. That's why definitely a shiny charm cat broken. My shiny charm that is not actually a shiny charm is broken. But yeah, indeed, even though usually on Tuesdays I'll be doing alpha future hunting, of course. I'm not gonna be doing... I'm not gonna be doing that tomorrow since, you know, Safari Week do be one of the special moments that, special weeks, I guess, that, you know, I'll be concentrating on doing one thing. One thing for time being, but, you know, maybe I'll do it next week. Maybe I'll figure it next week. Possibilities definitely there. Possibilities definitely there indeed. Also, I love that I did get double hoods back to back. Still, this game is giving me hoods. Silly. Silly thing indeed. Man, John didn't like the food, I see. This is starting to be spoiling because I've been in Safari Zone soon. For 6 hours. Could be also soon the red light is gonna be turning on. Indeed. What's actually going on with these foods? I mean, I don't mind it. I quite like it as a Pokemon still. I feel like it's one of the round Pokemons that people tend to be forgetting. To be fair, there is another like round owl Pokemon that is a starter, so fair enough, I suppose. But it is definitely one of the rounder Pokemons. Because like something like Marill is considered to be a round Pokemon and it has pretty significant, pretty clearly, you know, it has legs. Why I try to be saying fancy words. Yeah. And it's counted as a round Pokemon, so why cannot Hoot Hoot with its usually visible one leg be counted as one? If it would be chucking, you know, its other leg also inside the body, then, you know, definitely would be quite round. Then again, I don't know how, but I have 2 shiny Hoot Hoots in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. One in Heart Gold, one in Soul Silver. I mean, the Heart Gold one I was actually looking for, to be fair. The Soul Silver one I was just looking for a Stantler that it would be having Frisk, because I was looking for a rare item. From a rare Pokemon. That time it was Yanma with the wide lens. Was anyways the item that increases your accuracy. It was later very well nicely used while looking for Lucky Egg with Chansey. One of the few times I will say that I'll find the ability Frisk to be useful. Unfortunately, indeed. What it do be, you know? Also, I don't like. remember who it was, but I have heard that someone is going for a marked shiny version in Sword and Shield. And I think that that's pretty bold. I don't remember who it was, but it is definitely, you know, it's definitely something. I mean, it would be kind of cool, you know, be having a shiny mark legendary from Sword and Shield. And there isn't too many options anyways for it. It is in the Sword of Justice. I don't know if the Regis can be having marks or not. I also know that I don't remember was in Mirror. I did see someone be getting a marked of the Galarian birds. That is something that I have seen. Unfortunately, since, you know, in Sword and Shield there isn't any other way but having the mark charm to be increasing your mark chance, it's pretty low. But, you know, with both mark charm and shiny charm, can be getting pretty easy. Considering that Sword of Justice is one of the easiest resets in the in the games, indeed. So you don't even need to be doing soft reset, you can be just, you know, resetting or like putting up the camp in that game, yes. And then if you do that in the spot that they are found in, then, you know, you can be doing instant rechecks. I remember when I found out you could be doing that, I thought it was pretty cool. To be fair, I'm always interested in methods that don't require a soft resetting for things. So, fair enough. Fair enough indeed. Aren't you? George then. That is a little bit in my way. Just a teeny bit. Not by much. Just try to be crapping into the thing, indeed. The cable. Here we go. They're not too bad. I will say that, in my opinion, 6-hour battery life from an old device is pretty good. To be fair though, I will say that much, that overall in older devices there has been better, like, battery life. But of course, you know, since getting older, it's getting worse. To be fair though, I will say that nowadays phones are pretty nice. They're gonna be lasting quite a while. The only problem with both with like Switch and phones is that screen is the thing that eats the battery the most. So, you know, your device might be able to work for hours upon hours, technically, but if you have a screen opened in one way or another, it's gonna be draining it quite quickly. Hello, Bidoof. Ooh, I'm gonna check out one thing real quickly. Do I remember incorrectly? One thing. I don't think it is as easy as I thought, because I was just thinking that... I'm pretty sure that it was the case that, you know, both Bidoof and Bibarrel, they do be having different nose colors. They do, but it's not as easy to be figuring out, I would like to say, as I was thinking that it might be. Then again, I could be wrong and it could be easy to be knowing from there. It's not, you know, the greatest of difference, but, you know, it do be still there. Cat is having definitely a dream. Oh, poor buddy. Poor buddy. Would be nice to know if the, like, you know, your pet is having, or your pet is having, you know, a good dream or a bad dream. I mean, it is kind of well said that, at least I have heard of it, that if your pet is having a bad dream, it's gonna be moving. Like, try to be running. Hello. Little fellow. You would indeed be seeing a dream. That is the thing that you did do. Back to sleep, I see. Oh, silly. Do you know that? We're gonna be having another ad break soon indeed. Would be suggesting to be getting something to drink to eat. Take a break still. So every single time that there is an ad break, you have more or less about 3 minutes for me doing absolutely nothing. So I don't want to be... I want people to be missing out on things. Indeed. Is it actually, you did say that Sceptile raids are both this weekend and next weekend. Is it actually in 2 different weekends? 7-star raids? Is it like the week like between also, or is it just like... Like, is it a week between as well, or is it just weirdly it's just 2 weekends? And also... Trico line is based on, you know, reptiles, and reptiles are quite usually dragon in Pokemon. Yeah, it is a little strange though, because usually it's only like 1 weekend, it seemed like, with the last few that there was the 7-star rate thing. It's kind of odd that it's now for like 2. I mean, I guess like one reason could be because it's summertime. I don't know, that would be a weird reason. I don't care, to be fair, but it's just odd. I feel like anyways that it's kind of stupid that it's only for like 2 days. There is the 7-star raid event. I think it should be for longer than just 2 days or like 1 weekend. I think like a week at least would be a good time, so no, people wouldn't be missing out on it. I think I can be squishing in one more encounter before stopping for the break. I wonder if PDSB would be going to mad mode if I would be changing my like time zone to like somewhere else. Because with that I could be doing more nighttime encounters. I just don't want to really test it out. I guess I could be testing it out with another game. Because I have a Brilliant Diamond file that I could be testing it out in. Because technically I'm not touching the time setting. Because it does get upset if you're like in the time settings, if you will turn off the automatic thing for the internet, it does get mad about that. Even if the time itself hasn't changed, it just checks for that. I'm just wondering that if I would just... I'm gonna test it out actually, because I have another game. I should be in a place that I should be able to do it. I just don't want to mess up with these if it doesn't work. I want to still be having daily Pokemons. Because if I could be doing that, then I could be like going into a time zone that is like 2 hours earlier. Something like that. Then get like at least 2 hours during nighttime. Could be worth testing. Definitely. Because everywhere it's just said, like, if you touch the time setting, it doesn't say anything about time zone. I mean, technically it is a time setting, but could be considering it as a different thing. Because it would be kind of stupid if you would be like, let's say that you want the thing. Like, you want to be switching your switches, like, time zone to somewhere if you're, like, going into a trip for whatever reason. Even though it doesn't really matter half of the time what time it is, actually. But yeah. I'm gonna test it out. I know first test out that I can be seeing, you know, daily Pokemons in the Great Marsh, then switching to a time zone that would be a few hours ahead, see if I see them or not. Where to check for sure. Yep. We'll see. I test it out, see what happens. I guess if it works, I will be just switching these games also, or these switches to be in a different time zone. I guess I wouldn't mind, like, let's say that if I do like 6 hours, like 4 hours being in the daytime slash sunset time, then like 2 or maybe 3 hours, depending on when I start, of course, would be at nighttime. Because I know that I can be doing it for sure into the DS game. It doesn't care. see, we'll see. Like, of course it takes testing always online of things, but it's always nice to be doing your own bit of testing. Especially if it's Minecraft and you're trying to be figuring out is the farm working in the current version that you're on, or is it only working in a previous version? Has happened a few times where, you know, they work and then it's not working. Where I will say that I absolutely hate the dudes that are gonna be updating their title to be saying that it's working in a certain version. Even though it has been uploaded 2 years ago. This works in the current version, it was built 2 years ago, it's annoying. I mean, technically it could be working, but... then my question is, like, honestly, if you want the views, then just make it again, or re-upload or something like that. Because they are definitely doing it for views. What a doobie. Thankfully Pokemon is nice in that it doesn't have too many versions. Usually in the like one game. Even though, you know, nowadays Pokemon games they do be getting updates, but there isn't that many. There isn't that many, you know. Well, that's nice. I'm gonna soon check out because easier for me to be counting to that to see if I was thinking of ending on one like number, but I'm gonna be checking out if it's possible or not. Either I have it already opened. Oh yeah, because I was checking out is my count. I guess I could be double checking that as well while we're here in the wonderful world of the calculator. It's also the 500 that I wanted to be hitting. It's off by 2, so it must mean that I need to be adding one more there. Because if it's off by 2, it needs to be that is incorrect. Well, now it's fixed as well. Let's do that, I guess. thinking that is that number dividable by 3? It's not. Well, I'll see how long I'll go then. I guess the next, like, at least nice round number that I can be ending out with is... It's 1,000, 1,000, yeah, suddenly 1 0 away, yeah. 10,800. It's like the next one indeed. It's like around 100, but... I don't know how I want to go that long though. I mean, I could be going to 10,650. You know, it's still, like, you know, getting late. It's 9 PM. Going to be ending somewhat soon. And I think, like, and if I would be going to 800, it wouldn't be really that much longer, but nah. Can always be, you know, doing more. Tomorrow, indeed. Where's the possibility, indeed? That's why push yourself too hard. It's not necessary. Because I think that if I would be going for like 10,800, probably gonna be taking like maybe a half an hour more. Maybe that's too late. Yeah, I think I'll be ending it. Indeed, 1,650. That'll be the total amount then. It's kind of funny to think about that the number that I was thinking of ending on today was 1,750, and it's like, I could be going there, but you know, adding the extra 50 would have been too much. Would have been too much, you know? Way too much, you know? You know, getting hungry as well, so maybe it's better to be ending a little bit sooner than later, you know? Getting things to be eating. So 2 more encounters per game. It is, and it's that for today. It would be also 3,150 encounters today, which is pretty good. Pretty good, I like it indeed. Yep. Magmar today that unfortunately did flee. That'll be it for today. Thank you for watching and sticking around. Indeed, you know, Safari Week, so tomorrow more of Safari Week indeed. I was trying to think about that for some reason, that I would need to be making more progress in a day if I want to be hitting the 20k, but no, I don't need to. I can hit it. And hit it pretty easily because 3000 at least a day. What up? Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow with more of Safari Week. Until then, bye!